my screen. And we have another screen here. I use two accounts to share. So can you see me? Yes. Okay. Yes. This is what we have learned last week. Okay. Just give me a minute. Can anyone tell me what we learned last week up until which page? On this slide, right?
9 ครับอาจารย์
นั่นเองนะครับ which page please? This one? Hmm?
19 ครับ
19.
ก่อนที่จะขึ้น counting technique อะค่ะ
Oh, counting technique. Okay, just make me refresh what we have learned last week, okay? Today we're gonna finish the topic study and also give you the fundamental of topic flow. This is very important from my point of view because the topic engineering in Thailand right now is not many people know this part. Most of them are civil engineering. So for those people, so those civil engineering who know the topic, they might be go further study graduate school, master degree or doctoral. And it's a good idea for you to understand at least basic concept because of highway engineering also based on the topic study as well. Okay. The first thing we learn about the topic volume. Okay, the topic volume is something like when you go and count the topic volume. The purpose we count the volume, we want to count what? We want to count the demand. Okay. Demand is the total number of vehicles or pedestrians that want to pass through that location. Okay, that's what we call demand. But the actual number of the vehicles or pedestrians can pass through per unit of time it's up to the existing condition. Okay, it's different from the volume you count and the demand maybe is not the same. Okay, that's why when we want to go out and count the traffic volume, make sure that you select the good location to count the traffic volume. Okay, that can represent the traffic demand. That is the purpose. Okay, we want to know this one. And this is the definition. Okay, pass to the given point during the specific period of time. The normally the unit of traffic volume is per hour. Okay, per hour. If you go normally we count when we go and count the traffic volume 1 hour. Normally we count every 15 minutes and then we do the summary for 15 minutes. Okay, or accumulate for 15 minutes. And then we keep further another 15 minutes, and we keep counting up until 1 hour, okay? And we summary all together. So you also have the 15-minute counting. Yes. This is what we call traffic volume, okay? Suppose before we go to another page, another definitions what we call this one the flow. Okay, flow, or sometimes we write down Q. The unit of flow. Anyone can give me the idea what that means? The unit of flow. What is the unit of flow? Traffic flow. Flow is quite the same as the traffic volume, but unit is vehicles per hour. Okay. Vehicle per hour. Suppose you go and count the traffic volume during 8 o'clock until 9 o'clock. Okay, and you do the summary every 15 minutes. So we have fixed the traffic volume between 8 o'clock until 8:15. Okay, you get certain number. Let me suppose you get 1,000 vehicles per 15 minutes. This is what we call 1,000 is traffic volume per 15 minutes. Okay, it's 1,000. I want to know the traffic flow. Can we know the flow during the 8 o'clock until 8:15? Is that possible? Is it possible to know the traffic flow of rate of flow during the 8 o'clock until 8:15? Can we know that? Anyone please give an idea? No? No one wants to say something? Can we know the flow during 8 o'clock until 8:15? But if you go and stand next to the road, okay, and then you counting for 15 minutes, you get a total number of 1,000 vehicles pass to the certain point in front of you, okay? That's why that one we call traffic volume. It's 1,000 vehicles per 15 minutes. I just want to know how many vehicles per hour during that 15 minutes. So the flow is means that easy multiplied by 4, okay? The flow equal 4,000 vehicles per hour during 8 o'clock until 8:15. So every 15 minutes or any certain period of time, if you convert the unit to be the hourly, okay, vehicles per hour, we call that one is traffic flow. Okay. So it can be Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. Okay. Within 1 hour, it can be, you know, this can be Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. Okay. Q1 is flow rate of traffic flow during the first 15 minutes. Okay. Q2 is another traffic flow during 8:15 until 8:30. Yeah, this is the difference between traffic volume and traffic flow. Sometimes we call just only flow. Okay. Sometimes we call rate of flow. Okay. We use Q. So the Q stands for rate of flow or flow. If we say flow, everyone knows, you know, traffic engineer, we know, oh, that is mean Q, vehicles per hour. Okay. Another important parameter you must know. Okay. As you enroll this subject, you should know at least if you don't know this one, it's supposed not to pass this subject. Okay. This is the first one is ADT. Okay. Average daily traffic. It means the total volume of the vehicles pass to the certain point for whole day, 24 hours. The unit is vehicles per hour. Vehicle per day. Vehicle per day. Vehicle per day. Okay. Vehicle per day. Is count one direction or two direction? Anyone? Still no point, huh? สิทธิโรจน์นะครับสิทธิโรจน์ครับ If ADT is count one direction or both direction?
One direction.
Okay, thank you. สัญญพงศ์ครับ Traffic volume. We count, okay? We consider one direction only, or we combine?
Both directions. We count both directions.
Yeah. Okay. We count both directions and also we combine them together. Okay, that's why we call average daily traffic, not one direction. Please remember, okay? ADT is means we combine traffic both directions. When we count the traffic, we count in the middle between, okay? We call mid block count, okay? Mid block count. Okay, not close to the intersection. and we combine both sides together, both directions. Okay, this is what we call ADT. ADT, that's why we call average daily traffic. The reason we call average is means you need to count more than 1 day, 2 days, up until 360, for not up until 365. It's up to you how many days you count. If you go and count only 2 days, you divide it by 2. If you go and count 10 days, you just divide it by 10. Okay? If you divide it by 10, it's come back to vehicle per day. But just in case if you count whole year, or whole year long, you use machine to counting, traffic detector counting, this is what we call average annual daily traffic ADT. Okay. This is what I explained already last week: demand and capacity. Demand is, the total number of volume that want to pass to the certain point. Okay. I gave you the example of toll plaza. Okay. We have the toll plaza. The toll plaza have capability or have the capacity to handle the traffic, let's say 6,000 vehicles per hour. Okay. And if you have the demand want to pass to the toll plaza only 4,000 vehicles per hour, what can happen? It means that for 1 hour, all 4,000 vehicles can pass to the toll plaza. Okay, so you can stand here and count the traffic volume. The volume you count, how many vehicles? 4,000. Is that represent the demand? Is it represent the demand? Yes. If you stand here, it still represent the demand because the traffic is quite low. Okay, lower than the capacity of the toll plaza. On the other hand, just the same thing. If the traffic volume coming to 8,000 vehicles per hour, what can happen? How many vehicles can pass to the toll plaza? How many vehicles can pass to the toll plaza if the traffic volume demand is 8,000 vehicles per hour? Mr. Backup, can you hear me? Am I call your name correctly? No. Okay. สาระเหรอครับชื่ออะไรนี่ศิลาเหรอฮะไม่ใช่ศิลาศิลา
ครับ
Sila. Okay, Sila. Yeah. If the demand is 8,000 vehicles want to pass through the toll plaza, if you stand here, how many vehicles can you count?
อาจารย์อันนี้หนูไม่รู้อะ
ฮะ
คือหนูเพิ่งเข้ามาเมื่อกี้หนูไม่ทัน
อ๋อเพิ่งเข้ามาครับ โอเคดูสระนัทนิตครับนัทนิตอยู่ไหม No. สิทธิโรจน์ครับสิทธิโรจน์ครับ Oh, ask me the second time already. If you stand here beyond the toll plaza, how many vehicles can you count? If the demand is 8,000 vehicles.
ขอคำถามอีกทีครับคือดีมานด์ 8,000 ใช่ไหมครับอาจารย์
ครับ Demand is 8,000 want to go to the toll plaza, and the toll plaza can handle maximum of 6,000 vehicles per hour, and you just stand downstream behind beyond the toll plaza. How many vehicles can you count per hour?
ก็6,000บาท
It's supposed to be 6,000, right? Saying where the maximum discharge rate that toll plaza can handle.
ครับ
Is that 6,000 is it a demand? 6,000 is represent the demand.
no 6,000 represent capacity ครับ demand want to go ครับ
6,000. If you stand and count here, it means represent the capacity of the toll plaza, but it's not represent demand. Okay, the demand. That's why what you're gonna see. You're gonna see a lot of queue, traffic queue in front of the toll plaza. Okay. This is not a good location to count the demand. That's why you should be stand here, upstream. Okay. If you stand here upstream, okay, you will get to 8,000 vehicles. That's why the way of counting the demand. Okay. The capacity. I give you the example already. The capacity. Capacity is the maximum number that can reasonably be expected to be served from the facility during the period of time. I give you the idea. Anyone can give me the idea of how many vehicles per hour that the one lane of motorway can handle? How many vehicles per hour? Can give me the example? Nathanit, are you here? Nathanit? No. กันพิเศษครับกันพิเศษครับ
ครับผม between 1,800 to 2,400
Oh, that is you open the textbook to answer me, huh? The capacity of the highway is a maximum, is okay, in the ideal condition for 2,400 vehicles per hour. We're going to learn today, okay, what is the ideal condition. It means you have to have at least 5 lanes per each direction, only car, no truck, and have to be flat terrain. And the people who drive on that road have to be very familiar on that area, okay, to get 2,400, and the lane width must be 3.6 meter. Okay, this kind of condition is you get the maximum flow for each lane. Okay, vehicle per hour per lane. LN is represent the stand for lane. Okay, one traffic lane is 2,400. Of course, this is the ideal for 120 kilometers per hour for motorway. If the road in front of Thammasat University, maybe major arterials, is maybe just only 2,200 vehicles per hour per lane. Okay, it's not good as a motorway. This is give you the idea. Okay, Chiang Rak road is maybe 1,800. The road inside Thammasat University maybe maximum is 800 vehicles per lane per hour per lane, something like that. Okay, it depends on the road as well. This is the capacity. Yeah, this is the location that is not represent the demand. Okay, if you stand here, of course you will get the demand. Same thing up this location as well. Look like the toll plaza here or traffic signal here. Okay, the queue of the traffic is very long, and you stand here. This will not represent the demand. Okay, this is what we learned last week. This is give you an explanation of this picture. And I'm expecting you to understand this picture as well. Okay, please go back, make sure that you understand and can explain this picture. Maybe ask you in the exam question. Okay, we up until page 19, right? I will just try to go there. Use the traffic volume. How to use it? Okay, we use annual total traffic. This is vehicles per year. Oh, that's huge amount of traffic volume. Maybe this road is handled for 20 million vehicles per year. Another road is handle 5 million vehicles per year. What is it? Establish a trend of traffic volume. Okay, determining the annual traveling. For the economics, this is, we don't use mile, we use kilometer. Okay. Also, the accident rate represent for the whole year. If you know 10 million vehicles, we got 5 accidents, fatal accident, 5 people die or something like that. We use a yearly traffic volume to be the unit. Estimate the highway revenue. This is the reasons why we use annual traffic volume. Okay. Another one is very important. Okay. We're comparing between the route A and route B, or route A and route B. You know, we use ADT or AADT. Vehicles per day. Okay. Another really important thing. Doing for planning activity, how many lanes they want to adding more lane on this road or that road, which one is better? Normally in engineering, highway engineering, we said, oh, what is the ADT of that road? Can you give me the idea what is the ADT of that road? Okay, that is what we use for planning activity. Okay, and another important thing, that is the peak hour volume. Peak hour volume, this is important. Okay, if I ask, please, we build a facility. When I'm saying a facility, it can be road, traffic signals, expressway, motorway, whatever. This will be called facility. Okay. When we want to build a facility, we want to handle the traffic demand during the peak hour. We not handle average condition. No. We handle during the peak period. If your facility or your road can handle during the peak period, it means that what happened during the off-peak? What can happen during the off-peak? Anyone want to say something? ปรมาพรครับ ปรมาพรอยู่ไหม ปรมาพร
อยู่ค่ะอาจารย์
ครับเลย You don't have the camera ปรมาพร
เปิดแล้วค่ะอาจารย์เห็นไหมเอ่ยแต่เปิดแล้วนะคะ
Normally if we have the purple light on the name for those answering the question เห็นปรมาพรไหมครับมีใครเห็นปรมาพรไหมมีใครเห็นไหมครับอาจารย์ไม่เห็นคนเดียว
อาจารย์เห็นหนูปะคะอาจารย์หนูเปิดแล้วนะคะ
โอเคเห็นแล้วครับตอนนี้เห็นแล้วครับ
ค่ะ
ปรมาพร What is my question?
ค่ะ
What is the question?
อาจารย์ถามว่าอะไรนะคะขออีกรอบ
If your facility can handle during the peak, okay, peak hours, like your road, you build a number of lanes that can handle during the peak period. My question is, what's going to happen during the off-peak period?
แป๊บหนึ่งนะคะมันจะหนาแน่นปะคะหรือยังไงตัว
จุลจิตครับจุลจิตครับจุลจิตอยู่ไหมครับขอบคุณครับปรมาพร Thank you จุลจิต Are you here? No. พิชยะครับพิชยะ No.
อาจารย์ครับจุลจิตว่ายังไงครับ
ครับจุลจิตมาแต่คุณมาตั้งแต่แรกเนี่ย
มาตั้งแต่แรกครับเมื่อกี้ไปเข้าห้องน้ำมาครับอาจารย์
Okay, just prepare for the next question, okay? Surajit, my question is, everyone just listen, okay? If we build the facility like you providing the number of lanes that can handle during the peak hour, what's going to happen during the off peak?
ก็ไม่เกิดอะไรขึ้น เพราะว่าพีคเอาเรามีจำนวนรถของเราอยู่แล้ว พอออฟพีคถนนมันก็จะโล่งขึ้นนะครับ
During the off peak, the traffic will be lower. Okay, it means your facility will handle very well during that time. Okay, that's why we're not gonna ask. Oh, look at the off peak, no vehicles. Don't need to build a lot of many lane or too big like that. But during the peak hour, 3 hours, the traffic's really bad. No. That's why when we decide the traffic volume, we're gonna learn today. Okay, we will try to select the peak hour period. What hour? It's 1 year we have 8,000 hours. Okay, we will select a certain hour to be represent the design hourly volume. We will use that number for design our facility. If we use that one, it can handle most of the traffic during the year. So it means that during our peak should have no problem. Okay. So remember that we build the facility, we handle the peak period. Okay. We not handle the average volume. No. We handle the peak period. But we also not use the highest number like that during the Songkran festival. Oh, we use that demand to build a road. No. We're not going to do like that. Okay. Maybe let Dubai do it. Okay. But we don't use that one. Okay. We tell you later how to select the design hourly volume again. Okay. During this class.
อาจารย์ครับแล้วผมตอบถูกไหมครับเนี่ย
ยังไม่ได้คะแนนเลยให้เช็คชื่อเฉยครับใจเย็นครับครับนี่เปิดกล้องแล้วก็ให้เต็มไปก่อนนะครับนี่เช็คยังไม่ได้ถามนะนี่ยังไม่ได้ถามจะเป็นคำถามง่ายๆก่อนโอเค this is the peak hour volume okay during the peak hour that's why I said is we going to decide to handle the peak period and this is important because if you want to know how many lanes should we build or decide a traffic signal, we also use the vehicle per hour. We don't use the vehicle per day to count. Okay? If you want to know the number of them, we this number of left turn or number of pocket lane, to provide the right turn. Something like this, we always use the peak hour volume. Okay? We classify volume 18. Classify volume, we also classify based on the different vehicle type. Okay. So we want to know what kind of vehicles come to use on your road. If you build the road, inside the city, maybe you don't have a lot of heavy vehicles. But if you build a bypass or some certain area that have a lot of heavy vehicles or trucks, we will build, the turning radius on the left turn or right turn big enough to handle the truck. Okay. That's why we want to classify. We want to know what kind of vehicles come to use this road. We do a short-term count sometime. Yeah. 15-minute count, 10-minute count. Intersections volume count. We also want to know how many percent turn left, how many percent turn right, and how many percent go straight. Okay. And sometimes we also classify for each direction as well. This is what we call intersection count. It counts all direction. Okay, or the intersection count. Mid block, what I said. I will ask for the attention. ปิติชัยอยู่ไหมครับปิติชัยใช่ไหมปิติชัยใช่ไหมปิติชัย are you here? สิทธิพลครับสิทธิพลครับ
ครับผม
สิทธิพลโอเค
ครับ
Turn on the camera สิทธิพลครับ What does mean? What does mean? Yeah. What does mean mid block counts? Mid block. What does mean mid block count?
ก็
The road.
เอานับมารวมกันมั้งครับ
Hmm? The position, what we call mid block.
ไม่รู้ครับ
อ้าวโอเคธนพลครับถามไปก่อนนะสิทธิพงษ์ข้างหน้ารอบใหม่ธนพลครับ
ครับ
ธนพลครับwhich location what we call the mid block count
which location นะครับ offset lane offset lane ครับ
offset lane what does mean offset lane
ไม่ใช่กลางเลนครับ
ใช่ไหม is that what I'm told
แบบฟอนต์เขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะไอทาง
frontage road เหรอทางคู่ขนานใช่ไหมหรืออะไร
ใช่ครับ
frontage road เหรอ Okay, when I see you answer, I know your screen you turn on. I give you I'm also checking your name. Okay, I give you 10 those who have camera on while learning. Okay, but answer the question also another extra point. What Rarit? What Rarit?
ครับผม
What Rarit? Can you give me the idea? I told you already. So where is the mid block when we go and counting the traffic volume? Which position this can consider? Oh, this is a mid block count.
ผมมีเป็นรูปเลยครับอาจารย์
โชว์ได้เลยครับว่ารูปอะไร
รูปมิดบล็อกเขาครับนี่ครับโอ้เดี๋ยวนะ
What we call that one okay
ครับ
What right เหรอครับโอเคนะครับนี่ได้เต็มไปก่อน
ขอบคุณครับ
What is I told you what we call the mid block count we count anywhere on the highway on the road that not close to the junction or not close to the intersection you can count here and make sure that it's not affect to the queues from the from the junction okay this is can be mid block count okay another one is we call here is the intersection count if you go at the intersection and count turn left turn right how many percent turn left turn right go straight this is what we call intersection count okay anywhere not related or close to the intersection and we count both directions this is what we call the mid block count we count both directions okay cordon count maybe too difficult maybe just keep try วริศราครับวริศราครับ
ค่ะ
That's going to be too difficult what does it mean cordon count I haven't said anything about cordon today but just give it a try someone told me that I've explained up until page 19 remember what it means cordon count
กำหนด area แล้วก็นับหรือเปล่าคะ
ใช่ไหม it's close มีท่านอื่นไหมครับ anyone want to answer what does it mean cordon count
นับทางที่มันเป็นวงกลมหรือเปล่าครับถนนที่มันเป็นแบบโค้งไม่ใช่ครับ
no need
ยกตัวอย่างแบบเราจะนับจำนวนทราฟฟิกในที่อยู่ก็นับทางเข้าอะไรอย่างนี้ไหมครับอาจารย์
โอ้ใครเนี่ยสิทธโรจน์เหรอทุกวันนั่งเล่นมือถืออยู่สิทธโรจน์โอเคสิทธโรจน์ the first one okay thank you สิทธโรจน์ I supposed to be explain you by giving you the example of the Thammasat University okay if the Thammasat University have the 3 or 4 entrance and you want to know during the maybe during the some certain event you want to know how many vehicles go in and go out Thammasat University you just make imagination line as a closed area okay cordon is mean in Thai นะวงรอบปิดเส้น close loop okay It's no way to come in all the way. Also, it can be Bangkok. Okay, this is Bangkok. You want to know how many vehicles or trucks go in and go out Bangkok in certain areas. You draw the cordon line, imaginary cordon line. This one. You go and count traffic volume here, traffic volume here, traffic volume here. So you will know, of course, how many vehicles go in or how many go out within the cordon area. Okay, this is some certain kind of counting. We call this one is cordon count. And the next one is skin line count. Anyone want to answer the skin line count? Give the extra point. เมื่อกี้วลิศลามาแล้วใช่ไหมวลิศลาอยู่ไหนวลิศลาวลิศลาไปกล้องตลอดเลยนะครับทันยชนครับทันยชนอยู่เฮียทันยชน
ค่ะ
ทันยชน please turn on the camera, okay? ทันยชน Can you give any idea about the skin line count? Oh, maybe the last page. I told you last week. ทันยชน โอเคอ่านไปก่อนนะทันยชนนะไม่ผ่านฮารุนะ you remember skill line count
skill line count is where we count the volume where once it goes into a large region such as parks or what else bridges.
It's supposed to be represent something. What the last week I'll give you the example. I'm supposed to give you the some kind of example. Okay. Skin line is some kind of anything that can be line. It doesn't have to be straight line. It can be imaginary line. Okay. Or you can use the natural something that you are representative. Okay. I think last week I supposed to give you example of Chao Phraya River. Okay. When you want to build a new bridge across the Chao Phraya River, what do you want to know? Suppose right now there are 5 bridges, 3, 4, and 5 bridges. 5 bridges that's crossing Chao Phraya River. What happened if you want to build a new one? Someone said, "Oh, it's not enough. 5 bridges between Thonburi and Bangkok. We want to build more bridge to solve the traffic problem." Our question is, how many vehicles go back and forth crossing the Chao Phraya River during the peak period or during the day? What kind of technique that we gonna count? That's why we build the imaginary line along the Chao Phraya River and keep counting. It doesn't have to be cordon. Okay, it just ride and count vehicle passing your imaginary line. Okay, keep counting. So you will know during the peak period morning how many vehicles go to the Bangkok and how many vehicles go to the Thonburi. Both directions. Combine them together and do analysis and answer. Should we build a new more bridge crossing the Chao Phraya River? Okay. This kind of skin line, it can be the railway, it can be anything. Okay. Sometimes this is the Thailand map. Okay. Or they just make this is my skin line here during the north, and another skin line here. Skin line here, and check how many vehicles crossing this skin line. Okay. Make sure that you're familiar with this one. Okay. So something quite new is what we call mid-block counts. Okay. Mid-block counts, intersection counts, and this intersection count and mid-block counts, and also we call cordon count, skin line count. Have different ones. This is maybe just repeat what we learned for 50 minutes. Okay, so we go further, okay? This is counting technique. We have the manual counts. What is the good thing of manual counts? What is positive one of manual count? What is the compared to the machine count? Advantage. What is the advantage of manual counts? This one is a flexible, okay? Or flexible or flexibility. Why flexibility? You just ask a student or someone, hire someone go and count. Just drop him some certain area that you want to count the topic volume. It's really easy. You can move to another location. Simple, quick. Okay? No need require any setup, anything, And another one, shift for short-term count. Shift for short-term count. Okay, but the disadvantage is quite expensive if you count if you count for long-term count. Whole year long is very expensive, okay? Ask some people can count 24 hours. If maybe ask 40 people to count 24 hours, you pay them 400 baht for each person. To get one information, just only one bit box count, you need 3 people, to count. Maybe cost you 1,000 one day, more than 1,000 baht. Also, unsocial hours look like very late at night time. It's quite difficult, very sleepy. Unpopular in the incremental weather, very poor during snow, heavy rain, or something like that. The accuracy is also depend on the quality of observer. Quality of observer. Okay, this is the advantage and disadvantage of manual counts. For the machine counts, it normally we call detector. Okay, or sometimes we have a counter. We have the different technique. Sometimes we use pneumatic detectors. Sometimes we use magnetic loop. This is the old style, but the most precise one, the loop detector. This is, we can classify to be 2 things. One, impulse. It's what we call intrusive. Intrusive detector. Okay. This means that we need to cut the road. We need to, we need to cut the road to install something, okay, on the road. We call intrusive detector. This can be inductive loop or magnetometer. This is example. Another one, we can classify 2 things, okay? Non-intrusive, no disturb the pavement. So as you just installing just the roadside, install the roadside and keep counting. Very popular now, like microwave, infrared technique, ultrasonic, acoustic sensor. Okay, this kind of another technique that we can use as a detector. We have the CCTV. We also have, this is something new for you. We call vehicle image processing. Vehicle image processing. Sometimes even some people are vehicle probe. Another interesting thing. Also, we use the people call to the call center and reporting some incident or reporting some information. This is what do they look like, inductive loop. Okay, they put the wire under the road and create the magnetic fields. Okay, if the vehicle guy pass by, they will keep counting. They disturb the magnetic fields And when the magnetic field been disturbed, they said, this is the one vehicle coming. Okay, it can count the vehicles and also can classify the vehicle. This is a truck. Okay, and if you want to, but it cannot measure the speed of the road. It can be measured speed if you doing a dual loop, one loop, two loop. They know the time the vehicle passed the first one and second one. They can calculate the speed. Okay, I just give you the idea what it looks like. Okay, yeah, they do the road cut. Yeah. If you notice that inside the Bangkok, a lot of area close to the intersection, we have something like this. Okay, we make a magnetic field and keep counting the vehicles go to the intersection, and we adjust the traffic signals, green time and red time based on the traffic volume. Okay. This is the process, what they are doing. Mark, cut, okay, and press Y and add detective layer. This is the layout in Australia. In the motorways, like the 15 years ago, they installed the loop detector almost every 500 meters. So if you want to know what's going to happen during the peak period or some certain period. The reasons why they have to install the traffic detector every 500 meters. Anyone give the idea why? What Chalapon ครับวุฒิชลพรวัดชลพรนะครับวัดชลพรนะครับสวัสดีครับidea why they have to put so many loop detector along the motorway almost every 5 meters. What the reason behind why? Nothing here, okay? No in, no out. Why they still want to put a lot of traffic detector every 5 meters? Or anyone in the class want to answer? For those, most of you still not get the extra point.
เพื่อที่จะสามารถคำนวณความเร็วของรถได้ครับเพราะว่าเราจะสามารถรู้จุดเริ่มต้นที่รถมันผ่านรถไปครับ
ใช่ไหมทำไมต้องมีใกล้ๆกันอย่างเนี้ย very close to each other เพราะ
ว่าเราจะได้สามารถของรถได้ครับ
ทำไมนะเมื่อกี้ได้ยินไหมครับ
คือเราก็รู้ได้ยินไหมครับ
รู้ยังไงนะคือกำลังสงสัยว่าเนี่ยไอ้ชุดนี้ถ้ารถวิ่งมา500คันอันนี้500คันตรงนี้ห่างอันนี้ก็ต้อง500คันเลยนะทำไมต้องตั้งใกล้กันขนาดนี้ด้วยมันก็น่าจะเหมือนกันนะทำไมต้องตั้งใกล้กันเช่นนี้ด้วย
มันกันไอ้แขนไม้กั้นรถนะครับเวลาออกเวลาเข้ามันจะได้ไม่ชนกันไม่เวลามีรถ
ไม่อันนี้มอเตอร์เวย์นะเนี่ยอันนี้ฟรีเวย์นะเนี่ย
อ๋อโอเค
ยาวไม่ได้ใกล้ไม่ได้ close to ไม่ได้ใกล้ด่านจุดข้ามทางเลยนะ
เปลี่ยนเลนเหรออาจารย์พวกรถเปลี่ยนเลน
จะรู้ไปทำไมต้องเปลี่ยนเลนมันก็ไม่นับมันก็เลนนี้กับเลนนี้วิ่งมาก็เหมือนเดิมมันมีเหตุผลอะไรไหมครับที่จะต้องติดตั้งใกล้กันขนาดนี้ทำไมไม่ทำแค่นี้ทำไมไม่ทำแค่นี้เนี่ยสมมตินะก็นี่ทางเข้าใช่ไหมเราติดตั้งตรงทางเข้าไว้นับตัวนึงเนี่ยใกล้ๆตรงกลางก็ตัวนึงแล้วกันตรงทางออกตัวนึงก็เหมือนกันก็รู้แล้วรถเข้าเท่าไหร่ตรงกลางเท่าไหร่ออกเท่าไหร่ก็รู้แล้ว
ภัยไหมครับอาจารย์
อะไรนะครับ
เช็คความปลอดภัยว่ารถแบบที่วิ่งผ่านยังมีคันไหนที่ไม่วิ่งไปหรืออะไรเงี้ยครับ
ก็ใกล้นะแต่ยังไม่โดนเท่าไหร่ครับ
เว้นระยะห่างระหว่างรถได้ครับ
ที่ปงเว้นระยะห่างระหว่างรถเหรอคือ they want to build a new algorithm in case of accident happen okay They keep things very close each other for fire vehicle, fire emitter. Suppose let's imagine if there are some accident here, okay? What's gonna happen on this one? The traffic jam, okay? And this sensor will detect very slow or a lot of density, comparing or the very slow speed, or just how about this one? One vehicle past this one will drive very fast. The different speed between two locations really close each other, like 5 meters or 1 kilometer. No reason that the average speed will too much different. It must be something wrong. Okay? That's why they want to build automate incident detection, AID. Okay? Automate. It stands for automate incident detection. Okay? They will give the alert for control center that something might go wrong during the certain location, and go and have a look. Okay? Use the camera, CCTV, whatever. Okay? Suppose the motorway is very long, like 50 or 100 kilometers. They don't know what can happen. They're not going to go and watching the camera all day. No. They're building something. That's what we call automate incident detection. If they keep comparing between those detectors, if something go wrong, they will keep alert. Please go and check anything wrong happen. Matapat, are you here? Matapat? No.พิชพัฒน์หรือเปล่าครับพิชพัฒน์
อาจารย์
พิชพัฒน์โอเคครับพิชพัฒน์โอเค just no question, you are next. Okay, this is what we call the image processor. Okay, this is very old fashioned. They do the calculation, they do the measuring, the changing of the pixels. They have the camera point to the road, okay, and they put the sensor here. You can draw the sensor anywhere you like, okay. And the software will keep recording the pixel of the picture of the normal road, no vehicle. They know the pixels. When the car come in, they have the changing in pixel, okay, in the certain area that you draw. Oh, they keep counting. This is the vehicle coming. Keep vehicle coming. Okay, this is what we call VIP, video image processing, VIP. It's working as a loop detector. Okay, but it's quite costly in the past. Right, even right now, it's still quite costly. They said initial installation is high cost. Yeah, it looks like this. In the past, it's very popular. One machine costs you almost 1 million baht to keep counting or something like this. Right now, it's getting cheaper and cheaper. We call this one, we have the two technology. The first one is first generation, we call tip line. Here, tip line. Tip lines mean you need to draw a certain area on the road. Add the software to read the pixels, the changing of the pixels. This one allows the user to define the number of detection zone. Okay, what we call here is detection zone. When the vehicle pass through the detection zone, they will keep counting. The new technologies we call closed loop tagging. Closed loop tagging. Suppose your sensor can send the sensor back to upstream or downstream 300 meters. Okay. If they see the vehicle come close to your detection zone, they will be tracking all along the way up until the vehicle pass to the measurement area. Okay. This is what we call closed loop tagging. They will know all the information, like the speed. They know how they're changing the speed along the way, right? 300 meter, they will know. They keep tracking. And they also have the timestamp. Some certain area is dry. When the vehicle, of course, they have all the information, speed or whatever of this vehicle. But when vehicle pass to certain area, they will have timestamp. Boom. This is count one vehicle passing to this point. But if you want to know the information more than this traffic count, I want to know the speed of this vehicle. They also have the speed all the way from beginning up until pass to the measurement area. Okay. This is what we call closed loop tracking. Then we know all the speed along the 300 meter. What this vehicle, how fast they use. And they can plot the graph. Time and distance. Okay? And slope is the speed. This one we call trajectory line. Okay? We call trajectory line. We can draw this one for every vehicle inside the measurement area. This is what we call. We have two techniques, okay, for VAP. พิชพัฒน์หรือเปล่าพิชพัฒน์อยู่ไหมครับ
อยู่ค่ะอาจารย์
Have camera on
ค่ะ
พิชพัฒน์ถามไม่ยังเนี่ยเมื่อกี้ถามแล้วใช่ไหมอยู่บนรถตู้หรือเปล่าพิชพัฒน์ What does it mean VAP stand for What it stand for VAP
อะไรนะคะอ๋อ stand for Video Image Processing ค่ะ
นี่ก็ได้คะแนนเต็มแล้วนะครับถามไปจะถามง่ายๆเนี่ยเนาะVAP
ค่ะ
Processing นะครับadvantage and disadvantage ถามอีกอันนึงก็ได้พานุพงศ์ครับพานุพงศ์อยู่ไหมพานุพงศ์
อยู่ครับอาจารย์
พานุพงศ์ give me the examples what is the disadvantage of the manual counting give just for example
it wastes a lot of time it wastes a lot of time
waste a lot of time really
yeah
a lot of time disadvantage of manual counting is waste your time is that give another answer
ไม่ใช่ครับหมายถึงว่ามันเสียเวลาในการนับอะครับ
ก็ไม่ถือว่าเป็นข้อเสียเปรียบนะคือเอาเวลาทำอื่นอย่างอื่นแล้วไปพัฒนาประเทศชาตินี้ก็ไม่น่าใช่นะตอบให้ตรงประเด็นอีกนิดนึงอนุพงศ์มีอันอื่นไหมไม่ใช่อันนี้เอาอันอื่นได้ไหม
ค่าติดตั้งมันแพงครับอาจารย์ค่าติดตั้งอุปกรณ์
นี่นะครับผมพลดครับผมพลดดีกว่าผมพลดเนี่ย
ครับผมอาจารย์ถามอะไรครับ disadvantage นะครับ
ฟังหรือเปล่าเนี่ยกินตุ๊บผมพลดเนี่ยไม่แบ่งอาจารย์บ้าง
disadvantage ก็มันจะแพงถ้าสมมุติว่าเราใช้กับระยะยาวอะครับ
long term cost correct
ใช่ครับ
give more
แล้วก็ผมว่าความแม่นยำมันขึ้นอยู่กับจำนวนของคนที่เราจ้างมานับด้วยมั้งครับใช่ไหมเป็น disadvantage
ใช่เหรอจำนวนเหรอใช่จำนวนไหม
ก็ใช่นะแบบว่า observer กี่คนอะไรเงี้ยความแม่นยำมันก็จะลดลงไปถ้าเราแบบมีคนนับน้อย
ใช่เหรออาจารย์ได้พูดอย่างนั้นป่ะที่เซนะ
ไม่ครับอาจารย์ไม่ได้พูดอย่างนั้นครับ
อาจารย์พูดว่าไง
อาจารย์พูดว่าความอะไรครับ
accuracy of the data is depend on what
quality of the observer ครับ
quality โอ้นี่เป๊ะเลยนะได้คะแนนเต็มเลย
โอเคครับ
sleepy and keep counting close your eye and keep counting oh man it depend on the quality okay if I ask those of you go and count I quite confident that you're going to count very good data if the short period of time 1 hour counting, maybe, oh, okay, 30-minute counting is very correct. I give you ask to count for 3 hours, oh my goodness. Maybe it's still good. If I ask you to count 8 hours, maybe, during the 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, maybe the data is not very correctly. Okay, counting technique. We go another 20 minutes before we take a break, okay? Okay, counting technique. Advantage and disadvantage of machine counting. The advantage is this is machine, okay? What is the advantage? Is what? I'm complaining, okay? I'm complaining. Okay. The people keep complaining, oh, อาจารย์นับนานไปแล้ว too long, something like that. Okay. The machine will not say anything, okay? It's uncomplained, can be done in all weather at all time, even late at night, no sleeping, okay? Accurate, it's quite accurate. Yeah. If regularly inspected and maintenance. Cheap. For long period of counting. If you keep counting for 1 year, 2 years, it's getting cheaper and cheaper, okay? Comparing to the as people come to count. And what is the disadvantage? Some of them just require road cutting. Require cost cutting. Also require the routine maintenance. This is somewhat disadvantage of the machine count. Okay. Someone you have some tool, okay? We have
require อะไรนะครับ
require road cutting.
cutting
ครับ sorry, my handwriting is so poor. Road cutting. Some of modern technique is not modern anymore. Some like this is 30 years ago. You can use machine counting intersection counts, just only use 1 people. My question is, if you want to count, I ask you to go to count intersection count. Set a group of you to go and count 1 intersection close to Thammasat University, and also classify the vehicles. I want to know turn left, go straight, and turn right for each direction. You think how many people can count? Also classify as well. Classify, trucks, car, motorcycles, 3 types, or bus, maybe 4 types. You think how many vehicles, how many people need to go there to count 1 intersection? Oh, Anupong, don't be naked, okay?
ร้อนครับอาจารย์
โอ้โหตายเดี๋ยวเพื่อนๆจะหายใจความหมดนะHow many people? Give me the reasonable number. สัญญพงษ์เหรออยู่ไหมสัญญพงษ์
อยู่ครับ4 แยกน่าจะ4 คนครับ
อะไรนะครับ
อาจารย์ถามจำนวนคนใช่ไหมครับ
ครับใช่ครับสัญญพงษ์
4 แยกน่าจะ4 คนครับ
สัญญพงษ์ก็คือ1 คนตรงนี้เหรอ1 คนต่อทิศทางเนี่ยนะ1 คนต่อ approach อย่างเนี้ยนะต้องนับเลี้ยวซ้ายด้วยนะนับตรงด้วยนะนับเลี้ยวขวาด้วยนะ
นี่ก็น่าจะเป็น4 คูณ 3ใช่ไหมครับ 12 คน
สัญญพงศ์ทำไมคุณไม่ขึ้นชื่อสีฟ้าวะเนี่ยอ๋อคุณเปิดกล้องอยู่ใช่ไหมเนี่ย
เปิดอยู่ครับ
ทำไมมันไม่ขึ้นโอเคให้5ไปแล้วแหมแก้ก่อนสัญญพงศ์จะเอาแค่4 คนเลยเหรอ4 คน
น่าจะเอา12 คนก็ได้ครับเอา12 คนครับ
ขาหนึ่งเนี่ยใช่กี่คน How many people you require to count
หนึ่งทางตรงนั้นใช้3 คนครับ
Pay the money okay one person for 300 baht if you use many people you will pay a lot of money try to use as less as you can okay I'm asking you how many people should go and count at intersection count everyone thinking okay like you go and Patum Thani okay and maybe 4 intersection and I want to know also mid block count 4 intersection and 4 mid block counts I want to know how many people I want to count today okay also classify how many labor how many people required to handle this job we have 4 intersections close to Patum Thani area I want to count at the 4 intersection and 4 mid block counts for 2 days homework okay keep counting and explain how many people how you can handle this one and how much money you have to pay for them okay think about that one you ask the people to go there and make sure they can have the food to eat okay how many people how much money you have to spend okay of course okay if I want to know just only ADT okay I want to know ADT and also the traffic at the 4 intersection close to the area how much money you have to spend to count 2 days only go back and think about that one okay this is counting technique go back and read so we are going to learn about the speed survey let me just introduce just for 10 minutes before we take a break okay we want to study the speed okay you know the regulation in Thailand how fast we can drive during the rural area how fast in the rural area how fast we can drive เมื่อกี้สัญญพงศ์ใช่ไหมสัญญพงศ์ตอบก่อนสัญญพงศ์ let's answer this question instead this is give you the score
ครับผม
how fast we can drive based on our regulation or the law
อาจารย์ถามของถนนอะไรนะครับ
ขับได้เร็วเท่าไหร่ครับ speed limit what is our speed limit for rural area
rural 90หรือเปล่าครับ
90เหรอถ้า urban อ่ะ
urban 60ครับถ้าจำไม่ผิด
ผิดครับจำมาผิดที่จำมาผิด
60ใช่ไหมครับ
ไม่ใช่ครับ90มันตอบถูกแล้วนะครับให้90แล้วซิมิลันครับซิมิลันอยู่ไหม
อยู่ครับ
จะไม่เห็นคุณนะซิมิลัน
ใช่ไหมครับ
เห็นแล้วเกือบให้5แล้วยังurban เจอหน้าแล้วรู้เลยว่าเปิดกล้องตลอดซิมิลัน
urban นี่แปลว่านอกเมืองใช่ไหมครับ
เฮ้ยurbanก็แปลว่าในเมืองสิ
ในเมืองspeed limit ในเมือง80นะครับ
Oh yes Thank you. Just have a look, okay? This is our, long time ago, like 2520, 22, something like that. We set the speed limit for our country. If the rural area they allow you to drive with maximum speed 90 kilometers per hour. And in urban area, they ask you to drive with 80, maximum 80 kilometers per hour. It's quite strange. You know what is the logic behind those engineers who set the speed limit during that period of time? That is quite reasonable at that time, okay? 2000. How many years ago? Almost 40 years ago. They set a speed limit, and this speed limit never been changed. Keep using this for 40 years. Never change. Even the road is getting bigger and bigger. In the past that time, we have only two-lane highway throughout the country. Not many, not multi-lane, just only two-way. Korat, Bangkok, Khon Kaen, Chiang Mai, Krueng Thep, something like that. It's have only two-lane highway. But right now we have 4-lane divided, 6-lane divided, even 8-lane divided in some certain highway. We still keep using speed limit the same. What is the criteria to set the speed limit? What is the idea? Anyone can say something? What should be the speed limit? What should be the speed limit? Depend on what? One.
In the city สิ่งเร้าปะครับ สิ่งเร้าปะครับ
No ไม่ใช่สิ่งเร้าละคนละเรื่องละ speed limit when we drive when you drive on the bigger road 3-lane highway and comparing only for 2-lane highway 1 lane on each direction you think you're going to use the same speed if no car in front of you. This is 3-lane. This is highway number 1 and this is highway number 2. The same person driving in Milan. If you drive on the highway number 1, how fast you gonna drive?
Mm.
90. Oh my God. You are so good, man. สารยาครับ Sariya, how fast you gonna drive on the highway number 1 here?
แป๊บนึงนะคะ120ค่ะ
Oh, look like when you go to Chiang Mai, okay? If you drive to Chiang Mai, to Milan, we drive with his girlfriends with 90 kilometers per hour go to Chiang Mai. It takes a very long time. Okay, but the normal people, we don't drive 90 kilometers per hour, okay? The road is quite big. If we go up, you can see most of people drive between 100 to 110 or even higher. Because they think this one is quite big road and quite safe to drive, okay? We go out to work, we working Thammasat University and myself as well, okay? Working for Department of Highway, collecting the data. We found out that most of people, when no vehicles, less traffic on the road, they drive it comfortably more than 100 kilometers per hour. Actually, the average is go up to 110 for 1-lane highway. For those divided highway as well, okay? We have the median. Comparing for the two-way, 2-lane. Two-way, 2-lane is they're driving between 90 to 100. Most of the people, they're driving this one. So as an engineer, if you have been asked, go out and do the traffic speed study. Okay, you just go on the road and counting some speed and check how fast they drive. Okay, this is some information like you go out and measure. Right now we have the technology. Even in Thammasat University, they have the radar gun. Okay, you can check the speed of each vehicle. For example, this one. This is the data we correct for 100 vehicles. This is the speed of each vehicle, okay, for 100 vehicles. What we are going to do for that information, we're plotting the distribution. The distribution of the speed is normally show you would be the normal distribution curve, normal curve like this. Yeah, it's not exponential. It generally is going to be the normal distribution. Okay, and it can give you how many percent, what is the average, what is mean, median, and mode. And another important thing is this is observed frequency. Okay, if you convert this one to be percentage, it's going to tell you some quite same information here, but comparing to the percentage, how many percent driving, during this speed. But another important thing is this graph. Have you ever noticed this graph before? It's S-curve graph. S-curve. Please notice this one. It's going to show you the exam question, okay? This is what we call 100%. No matter how many vehicles you count, we convert to be 100%. And start plotting the curve here. And the x-axis is kilometer per hour, the speed. Okay? And the y-axis, this one, we call cumulative frequency. We do the cumulative. Maybe someone might know already what that means. This one, we have 0 to 100%. Here, another very interesting point is 85th. We draw this line and we go down here. Suppose you get 85 kilometer per hour. What does this mean here? Anyone can answer? I will give you really extra point. We call this one 85th percentile. What does it mean, percentile? Percentile, what does it mean? Anyone can explain percentile? I will give you extra one more point.สุกฤตอยู่ไหมครับสุกฤต
อยู่ครับอาจารย์
สุกฤตอยู่ไหนครับ
อยู่นี่ครับ
สันทพงศ์อยู่ไหมอาจารย์ชอบดูสันทพงศ์สุกฤตอยู่ไหนครับหาไม่เจอ
อยู่นี่ครับใช่ไหมครับ
เจอแล้วโอ้สุกฤตสุกฤตครับสุกฤตรู้จักไทยไหมครับเปอร์เซ็นต์ไทยรู้จักเปอร์เซ็นต์คงรู้จักแล้วนะ100%นะครับ
ผม
เปอร์เซ็นต์ไทยเลยครับเปอร์เซ็นต์ไทย
น่าจะเป็นเปอร์เซ็นต์สะสมหรือเปล่าครับ
เป็นยังไงเขาบอกว่าเปอร์เซ็นต์85ว่าได้มี80% ไทยว่าได้มี80%
ก็ความเร็วรถที่ 85% ของลิมิตอะครับ
ไม่ผิดนี่ไม่ได้หักคะแนนนะคราวนี้มันไม่ได้ว่าได้ถามทั่วไป
ครับผม
คนสุดท้ายที่ยังไม่ได้เช็คชื่อคือสาริยาอยู่ไหมอาจารย์ยกไปยกมาหลายตอน
อาจารย์เมื่อกี้หนูตอบแล้วไง120อ่ะ3 เลนอ่ะ
อาจารย์เป็นชื่อใครเป็นติ๊กชื่อใครเนี่ยอ๋อสาริยาโอเคขอโทษทีอ๋ออาจารย์คุณชื่อแรกแต่ไม่ได้กรอกคะแนนให้โอเคตอบคำถามไม่ยังสาริยาทีเนี้ยตอบแล้วใช่ไหม
หนูตอบ120ตรง3 เลนกับ2 เลนอะไรอ่ะอาจารย์เชียงใหม่อะไรอาจารย์อ่ะ
อาจารย์เหรออ๋อโอเคสาริยาไม่เป็นไรตอบได้ไหมว่าเปอร์เซ็นต์ไทยคืออะไรครับตอบไม่ได้หักนะได้คะแนนไปแล้ว don't worry okay what does mean percentile ครับ it's really important okay อย่างน้อยคาบนี้ต้องรู้จักคำว่า percentile คืออะไรนะ คุณไหมไม่คุณไม่เป็นไรนะ มีใครจะตอบได้ไหมครับ ว่าเปอร์เซ็นต์ไทยคืออะไรครับ
ก็คนส่วนมากครับ ขับรถที่85%85 กิโลเมตรต่อชั่วโมงได้ 85%ส่วนมากขับอยู่ที่ประมาณนี้ครับหรือเปล่าโหจ้า
ไม่ใกล้เลยนะไม่ใกล้เลย not even close ไม่ใกล้เคียงความหมายเลยครับเขาบอกว่าอย่างเช่น speed limit เนี่ยนะครับเขาส่วนใหญ่จะใช้we correct the data and we use the 85th percentile to set the speed limit okay when we go and count the traffic we will count normally using the low traffic volume okay and the people feel free or free flow speed during that time and how fast they drive. We keep correcting one vehicle, two vehicles, 100 vehicles, 150, and we do the podcast, this curve. And with this point, 85, we draw and hit the line and go down. Suppose you got the number like this one, right? Okay, let's say, okay, you get 105 kilometers per hour. Okay. This one, we call this one 85th percentile. What does it mean? 85th percentile, we reach the 105 kilometers per hour. What does it mean? Dio ก็เบรกแล้วนะศิลาอยู่ไหมเนี่ยศิลา
อยู่ครับอาจารย์
สอนผมนี่สอนชัยกิจก็ไปซะแล้วนัทพัฒน์ก็ไปซะแล้ว
นัทพัฒน์อยู่ครับ
ครับอยู่นะก็หันมาเนาะไม่อยากสอนใต้เพดานกับสอนพม่านะดูหน้าดูตานิดนึงนะเดี๋ยวให้เบรกนะครับ85ครับพอมีไอเดียท่านไหมอยากจะได้คะแนนเยอะแยะเลยเนี่ยไม่ได้คะแนนเลยเนี่ยเพิ่งได้คะแนนไปไม่กี่คนเองวันนี้มีใครอยากได้เพิ่มอีกไหมครับชัยกิจอยู่ไหมเนี่ยชัยกิจชัยกิจเอาหน่อยไหมชัยกิจ
ครับได้ยินไหมครับอาจารย์
ยินชัดเจน
ได้ยินใช่ไหมครับ
ชัดเจนครับชัดเจน
ครับผมเปอร์เซ็นต์ไทม์ใช่ไหมครับ
ครับเปอร์เซ็นต์ไทม์ครับคืออะไรครับWhat does mean percent time
ก็น่าจะเป็นการเรียงข้อมูลจากน้อยไปหามากครับ
ยอดเยี่ยมเลยเริ่มต้นที่ดีมากครับ we sorting the information from smallest number to the highest number โอเคจากน้อยไปมากแล้ว what's next
อะไรนะครับอาจารย์
จบแล้วเหรอยังไม่จบยังไม่จบ
เรียนเสร็จแล้วก็แบบว่าเอามาแบ่งเป็นแบบร้อยส่วนกัน
โอเคนะครับ we sort from smallest to the highest number and we set to be 100% โอเค 100% โอเคยังไม่จบนะยังไม่จบแล้ว 85th percentile ครับ what does it mean 85 เนี่ยวิ่งมาชนกราฟเลย we draw this one at 85th percentile draw to hit the graph and we check the speed it's 105หมายความว่าไงครับมันหมายความว่าไง What does it mean
เมื่อกี้เสียงอาจารย์ไม่ค่อยชัดผมไม่ได้ยินเลยครับ
ไม่เป็นไรครับต่อเลยเนี่ย 85th percentile หมายความว่าไงต่อเมื่อกี้รู้แล้ว how to do it okay you sorting the volume from the smallest to highest one and make it to be 100% okay and then if we get 85th percentile we draw the line and hit this curve and we get the result 105 what does it mean
ก็แปลว่าส่วนมาก 85% จะมีคนขับรถแบบ105สปีดกิโลเมตรต่อชั่วโมงครับ
ใช่ไหม
ลงมาปุ๊บมันจะเป็นกราฟมันชนกันพอลงมาก็จะเป็นแบบว่าสปีดคือ105กิโลเมตรต่อชั่วโมงครับ
ให้คะแนนแล้วนะแต่ให้คะแนนแล้วแต่ไม่ถูกนะไม่ใช่นะเดี๋ยวเพื่อนจำผิดไม่มีคนอื่นจะตอบไหมครับ
85% ขับรถไม่เกิน105ครับ
ใครตอบครับอาจารย์หาไม่เจอเลย
ธัญพงศ์ครับ
ธัญพงศ์ไหนดูหน้าดูหนวดหน่อยแล้วธัญพงศ์
ครับผม
โอ้ธัญพงศ์นี่ต้องเขินหรอกหน้าตาดีนะต้องเขินเปิดกล้องได้
ถูกไหมครับ
ฟัง แปลว่าอะไรนะใหม่ดิ one more time please
85%ของรถทั้งหมดขับรถไม่เกิน105ครับผม
ถูกนะถูกนะ
จานมันต่างอะไรกับเมื่อกี้ครับ
อะไรนะเดี๋ยวนะ
มันต่างยังไงกับเมื่อกี้
ก็ต่างยังไงนะ 85 percentile นะครับ it must be you know from this one 85 percentile means 85% of people on the road drive equals or less than 105 kilometers per hour or 15% of those people will drive faster than 105. You can say two things. 85% drive 85% of the vehicles drive equals or slower than 105 kilometers per hour. Or you can say that 15% drive faster than 105 kilometers per hour. This is the cumulative, okay? We say this one. Drive equal or slower, 85%. Okay? Percentile นะถ้าความหมายเขาต้องเข้าใจเลยว่าก็คือมีคนเท่ากับหรือน้อยกว่านะค่านี้อยู่ 85%นะค่า 100% ก็แปลว่าอะไรครับเปอร์เซ็นต์ทางที่100คือว่าทั้ง100เลยมีความเร็วน้อยกว่า160อย่างเงี้ยมี 100% ทั้ง 100% 100 กว่าขับทั้ง100เนี่ยขับน้อยกว่าไม่มีใครขับเกินนี่เลยปกติแล้วเราเซต85เนี่ยเป็นตัวเลข speed limit นะครับ speed limit 85% ทางมีตัวหนึ่งที่น่าจะรู้มากๆเลยก็คือว่าถ้าเราเซตแบ็กนะครับ10 กิโลเมตรต่อชั่วโมงเราเรียกว่า10 kilometer per hour pace 10 kilometer per hour pace okay this is supposed to be the speed limit okay we step back เป็น 95 10 kilometer draw back hit the graph and hit this one you will get the range between 85 and this number how many percentage if it's more than 60% it means very good road it's less distribution of the speed it means most of the people drive close to the speed limit okay so I keep asking the student if we draw this graph on two highway one is going to be ready and another one this is highway number 1 and this is highway number 2 which one is safer in terms of distribution of the speed which one is safer in terms of this speed distribution
อันที่สองไหมครับ
ใครตอบครับ
จุลจิตครับ
จุลจิตยังไม่ได้ให้คะแนนเลยนะจุลจิตเรื่องอันที่สองนะมีใครอีกไหมครับมีใครจะตอบ1ไหม
ผมตอบครับจาน1ให้
คะแนนนะสิทธิพงษ์ไหนสิทธิพงษ์
ผมตอบ1ผมแทง50เลย
แทง50เลยเหรอโอ้สิทธิพงษ์ได้คะแนนมาแล้วนะแทง50 บาทเหรอความคิดเห็นไม่ตรงกัน
50%ครับอาจารย์50
นึกว่า50 บาทนะความคิดเห็นไม่ตรงกันการพนันมีตามมานะไม่ได้นะคุณเอกพรหมพรต which one is safer
ผมว่าน่าจะเป็นอันแรกครับ
ทำไมwhy
เพราะว่าสโลปมันแทบจะเป็น0เลยหรือเปล่า
แล้วทำไมสโลปเป็น0หมายความว่าอะไร
หมายความว่าเปอร์เซ็นต์ไทยของมันเนี่ยคงที่ป่ะครับ
มั่วละ
โอเคครับผมก็ไม่รู้
วิศลา which one is safer วิศลา
อันที่2ไหมคะ
เดี๋ยวเอาใหม่อาจารย์ลากใหม่อีกทีนึงอาจารย์ลาก85% ไทยเหมือนกัน85เหมือนกันเลยนะนี่85นี่ก็85 suppose you get the same number suppose to get 85 with 100 kilometer per hour นี่ก็100เหมือนกัน I'm asking you which one is safer road, which one will drive really same speed. If they drive really same speed, okay, relative speed, relative speed, okay, the difference between the speed is less. When something accident could happen, they drive in the same direction, okay, the relative speed close to zero, that is less dangerous. So I draw back 10 kilometer per hour page, back to 90, back to 90, okay, 90. This is also back to 90. And I draw the line to hit the curve. I also draw the line to hit the curve. And what is? This is the percentage. Big, huge difference. What does it mean? Highway number 1 and highway number 2. Which one is safer?
Oneหนึ่ง
อันที่หนึ่ง
หนึ่งครับอาจารย์
The road, just one. Oh.
สองครับอาจารย์
one สองยัง
ครับอาจารย์ สองครับ
สองคนแล้วสองคนแล้วสองนี่มี1คนแล้วมาหนึ่งไม่ตกกันมาเริ่มตามมาแล้วจุลจิต2มาแล้วเมื่อกี้ใครอีกใครจะพูดอีก
ผมหนึ่งครับ ผมหนึ่ง
จุลจิต1สอง
1ปะคะ
ทันจะชน1วะทันจะชน1มาแล้ว3-2แล้ว
2 ครับ 2 ครับ ผม 2
ไม่ยอมแพ้
ผมคิดว่า2 ครับ
วัชริตเอามา3-3แล้วเอาวะใครไม่ตอบมาหน่อยดิ
2 ครับ ผม
1 ครับ
แล้วถ้าพัน
1 ครับ 1
นัทธริตตอบ2 กับ 1นะ
2 ครับ
นานๆเขาจะพูดทีเขาไปนั่งรออยู่หลังห้องนะ
1 ครับ
เอาซิมิลัน1นะซิมิลัน1เดี๋ยวตอนนี้4เท่าแล้วเอาคนเดียวแล้วคนต่อไปให้ตัดสินเลยนะ
1 ครับ 1 ครับ
อย่าเพิ่งเดี๋ยวอาจารย์เลือกเอาคนตัดสินอาจารย์ดูก่อนการพิเศษแล้วกันเป็นคนตัดสินการพิเศษดูตั้งอะไรการพิเศษนะครับ
ผม
which one highway number 1 or highway number 2 and
ผมคิดว่า2แล้วกันครับผม
มาแล้วnumber 2 oh my goodness นัทพัฒน์
1 ครับ
เอาแกนัทพัฒน์นี่มันทำให้โพยมันผิดเพี้ยนอีกนะมันสูสีกันเลยนะอะไรวะเนี่ยฮารุนะดีกันเป็นคนตัดสินแล้วนะ10 เท่ากันแล้วตอนนี้5-5แล้วฮารุนะ
1 ค่ะ
โอ้โหขอบคุณมากฮารุนะโอ้โหนี่นะฮารุนะทำไมเลือก1 why you choose 1 please
it's more steeper.
Yeah. More people? What does it mean? More people.
It's more steeper.
More steeper. What does it mean? Steeper. It represents what?
Pardon me?
What does it mean? The graph is steeper compared to the second one, okay? What does it mean? The graph is quite steeper, and what does it mean?
If it's steeper, it means that it's that the 85 percentile, the range itself is much shorter, while the second one means it has the larger range.
ใช่ไหมชัยกิจเรื่องอะไรนะชัยกิจ which one you choose
1 มาครับ
ทำไมถึงเลือก1 why you choose 1 after the one I take a break okay let's see this one can you see this one okay this is 85 percentile. It means if you just go back for 10 kilometer per hour, okay, what we call 10 kilometer per hour page, and it's because the graph is very straight. How many percent? Let's say this one 20%. Okay, this is cover how many percent here? Between 20 to 85, how many percent? 55. It means what? It means 65% of the people drive on the road. They drive very close to the speed limit. Only difference just only 10 kilometers per hour. Okay? 65%. Imagine. Compared to this one. This is different only 10 kilometers per hour as well. But it's covered like 70. Only 15% drive close to the speed limit. What else? Where is another, another 85%? How fast they drive or how slow they drive? They drive somewhere else, but not close to the speed limit. This one, imaginations. Most of the people, they drive very close to the speed, close to each other. They drive on the road. So this one maybe some of the vehicles die very slow, some of them die very fast. It's not of distribution here. So this one we not prefer this one. We prefer to make a road with this one, okay? Make it safer. It means less distribution, okay? Distribution is going to be like this, it's better. But still normal distribution, okay? Okay. I'm gonna give you the example and give you the homework. I already posted the file and how to make this one, cumulative curve. To do it as a homework, okay? And go back and give you all the example how to do the calculation and think as well how to make the conclusion, this one, okay? I use the data on close to Bang San area, okay? They just imagination, they want to change the speed limit on the road. They put a sign 50 kilometers per hour. And they want to know that is that the sign effective for those people who drive on the Bang San Sai Song road, okay? And check it out. They go out and correcting the data. This is the example how to plot the graph. Hand-on example. You can just follow them, okay? This is the information. In this example, they keep counting total 182. Let's go and have a look, okay? They make rain, okay? And they're counting this one. The total number of vehicles they're counting speed is 182 vehicles. And they check how many vehicles die between 40 and 58 vehicles. And how many vehicles die between 50 and 60, 84 vehicles. Okay? And then come back, they convert this one. This means we're sorting the flow too fast. And then we convert this volume, 182, back to 100%, okay? This is how many percent die between 4 and 50, 40 to 50 is 4%. How many vehicles die between 50 and 60 is 46%, okay? And then we do the cumulative one. How many vehicles die slower than 50? 4. How many vehicles die slower than 60? It means what? 4 plus 46 equal to 50. How many vehicles die slower than 70 kilometers per hour? It means you use what? 50 plus 40 equal to 90. We bring this number to plot on this curve. So you will get this one, this one, this one, and this one. You draw the cumulative curve, S curve. This is very easy to do that. Okay? This is what we call 10 kilometers per hour page. We draw back 10 kilometers per hour and check the percentage. If more than or equal 60% is very good. Very good road. Very good driving road. Okay? Very safe road. Or safer road. Okay? Here, this is your homework. Go back and do by yourself. Okay? Suppose on this road, they set the speed limit 50 kilometers per hour. And check from this data. Suppose you go out and you have the radar and check the speed. And make the conclusion. Make the conclusion. Plot the curve here. And do the conclusion. What is the speed limit? Supposed to be the speed limit. Okay? Okay, right now it's 6:49. I'll take a break 11 minutes, okay? Go back at 7 o'clock on time, please. And any question, please ask. Let's take a break. ถึงแล้วเปิดกล้องเรียนนะครับ Okay, shall we start the last part of the lecture today? It's quite also important. It's quite difficult for exam in this part. Since from my experience, not everyone can do this part well during the exam. It means that if you can do this one, you will go over your friend, your colleague, and you will get a better mark. Okay. Let's see. This is what we're going to talk about, the fundamentals of traffic flow. Okay. In this picture, it shows you that it is important to realize that primary functions of the highway, we also concentrate on the mobility. However, this mobility must be come with safety first in mind. Okay. If you want to do anything, we always keep safety comfort. But of course, we don't just only worry about the safety, we also concerned about performance as well. Okay. What is the performance? If you want motorways, we also focus on mobility. We provide them with the best mobility that we can, right? That we allow them to drive it 120 kilometers per hour, but still under the safety concerns. Okay. What is performance measure? Normally, how can we say that this is good or this is not good? We have some measurements. Okay. The first one, like some parameter here, like the flow, traffic flow, vehicle per unit time, vehicle type, the speed also, the good representative. This road is good, okay, but it can drive very slow during the peak hour, something like that. Good or bad, how can we define that one? I will show you later, okay? Please go and go through this one. Traffic stream parameter, we have the two types. The first one we call uninterrupted flow. The flow that is uninterrupted. It's interrupted from what? From something that's not related to traffic volume. It's asked you to stop. Oh, uninterrupted, sorry. It's nothing to let you to stop, like no traffic sign, no traffic sign, no traffic signal, ask you to stop, no. Something that can make you go slower during the uninterrupted flow is mean that maybe they have some more vehicles on the road, or they have some merging area, merging areas make the vehicle slower. This kind of flow we call uninterrupted flow. Look like the flow on the motorway. On the motorway, you don't have, or on expressway, you don't have anything to ask you to slow down. Okay, let's go. This is what we call uninterrupted flow. Another kind of flow we call interrupted flow. This means that even no vehicles, you see the traffic light, red light, you need to stop the vehicle. This is what we call some kind of uninterrupted flow. Okay. This is traffic stream that operates under the influence of signals or traffic signs, something like that. We call in traffic flow. Okay, please remember. The first thing we talk about flow. I've been talking this one already. We use Q, representative of flow. Let me see, can I share another screen from this machine? I have to stop. Okay, this is traffic flow. Okay, as you can see, this is vehicles per hour. We can write our vehicle per hour, okay, or we can write our vehicles per hour per lane. Okay, this is traffic flow. During the capacity, we call that one is capacity, okay? Or we call maximum flow. We call Qmax. Capacity is the maximum flow. Okay, we don't call the maximum capacity. Okay, we call maximum flow. The speed is representative that here on the traffic stream we call the average speed. Average speed. The average speed we have a specific name. We don't use the average. We use the mean speed. Mean speed. Okay, mean speed. We use U to represent this one. And another parameter we call density. Density. K. Okay. K representative of density. What does mean density? It means how can you say, oh, this is a lot of vehicles, it's high density on the road. It means that we need to representative number of vehicles per unit of length on the road. This means if normally we use 1 kilometer. In 1 kilometer, okay, if there are only 10 vehicles, it's less density compared to the in 1 kilometer we have 100 vehicles in 1 kilometer standing over there. It means it doesn't have to slow down. Okay, still driving in 1 kilometer maybe have 20 compared to the 10 kilometer have higher density. Yeah. Another, these three parameters, flow, speed. Speed, this one I said is mean speed, okay? And also the density. These three parameters is related to lots of vehicles, okay? Vehicle in traffic stream. A lot of vehicles in traffic stream. That's why we call this is parameter can measurement the performance of the highway. We use this one, speed, flow, and density, as a traffic measure. This is good or bad, how much for the density, or how much flow per hour, something like that. We use this as the measurement parameter of the highway. Okay. And another two interesting parameters. We have only 5 parameters. Okay, remember that one. This is what we call the first one is the headway. Headway related only 2 vehicles, leading vehicles and following vehicles. If we measure from bumper to front bumper, okay, it's difficult when vehicle driving. You measure the distance, it's quite difficult. Okay. But the easiest way thing to measure is the time. Time between the 2 vehicles, front vehicle and following vehicles, leading vehicle and following vehicles. We call the time between 2 vehicles as a headway. Okay. Look like you go to BTS, SkyTrain, they have, oh, what is the average H-way of the train? The next BTS gonna come, BTS train gonna come, or underground train. We call it, in underground trains, MRT or BTS, we have the average H-way for 5 minutes. What does it mean, 5 minutes? Average H-way. The time between train is within 3 minutes or 5 minutes. That's what we call headway, okay? In Thai, we call เวลาห่าง เวลาห่าง in Thai, เวลาห่าง. In normally, we just repeat the headway. What is a headway? We count front bumper to front bumper. Since it's related to only 2 vehicles, so if the average, let me say that average headway or H-way bar equal 3 seconds. What does it mean? What does it mean? It's also related to some parameter, macro one. It means related to flow. How can it related to flow? It means that 3 seconds, 1 vehicle coming, 1 vehicle. If 1 hour or 3,600 seconds, how many vehicles coming? It means 3,600 multiplied by 1 divided by 3. Mean what? This one representative flow. Okay? If we the average H-way, so flow equal to 1 divided by average H-way. 1 is mean 1 hour and 3,600 seconds. Okay? If you know the average H-way, you will know the flow. Okay? This is the fourth parameter. The first one we learn the flow, second speed, average speed. Okay? The third one we call density. The first 3 related to a lot of vehicles on the traffic stream. But the fourth parameter, I mentioned this one here, is the headway, related only 2 vehicles, leading vehicles and following vehicles. We call this is micro parameter. Okay? But even it's a micro parameter, it's related to macro one, related to flow. If we know the average H-way, we can know what is the flow during that period of time. Okay? The next one is spacing. The spacing is also related to only 2 vehicles, leading vehicle and following vehicle. Okay? Rather than measure the time, it just measure the average distance between the leading vehicle and following vehicle. Headway. Oh, not headway. This is what we call spacing, S. We use this S as a representative of spacing. The unit of spacing is meter. Okay? Even if it's considered as a micro parameter or related to only 2 vehicles, it's also same as a headway. It refers to some parameter. If you know, like your average H-way is, like the average spacing is 50 meters. It means 50 vehicles, that's 1 vehicle. If we call 1,000 meters or 1 kilometer, how many vehicles? We call 1,000 multiplied by 1 divided by 50. This means what? 20 vehicles per kilometer. This is some kind of density, okay? So, if you know the average spacing, S bar, you can know the density of the traffic stream during that time. Again, if you know the headway, okay, it's the time between the 2 vehicles, you can forecast or not forecast, you can tell us what is the traffic flow during that time. If you know the average spacing between 2 vehicles, you can refer to the density. Convert to be 1 kilometer, 1,000. Okay? Let's check.นัทธนิตอยู่ไหมนัทธนิตครับนัทธนิตอยู่ไหม ไม่มาแต่แรกแล้วนี่เนาะการพิเศษครับการพิเศษปกติอาจารย์ก็สะบัดจอไปสะบัดจอการพิเศษนะยังไม่ได้คะแนนเนาะอันนี้เป็นคำถามเอาคะแนนแล้วการพิเศษ the macro parameter give me show me the what is a macro parameter to measure the to be the service measure of the highway performance การพิเศษการพิเศษการพิเศษอยู่ครับคะแนนยังเนี่ยการพิเศษ
ใช่ครับผมตอบตอนต้นคาบอะครับ
นะมันจะจำได้นะไม่เป็นไร give me show me one the macro parameter represent the traffic on the stream I just told you 5 parameters give me one of them that considering as a macro parameterการพิเศษได้ไปแล้วก็ไม่เป็นไรหรอกนะคอยฟังเพื่อนตอบปรมาพรครับปรมาพร
ค่ะอาจารย์
give me one parameter okay considering as a macro parameter
อะไรก็ได้ใช่ไหมคะ
yeah any of them
H-way ค่ะ H
เฮ้ย
ใช่ไหมหรือว่า
macro parameter related to stream traffic stream represent if you want to tell this is good or bad you can pick one of them this is can tell that this is good or this is bad highway performance macro one ครับ macro one
แป๊บนึงนะคะ
เดาด่วนเลย
ผ่านก่อนค่ะอาจารย์
โอ้ยอย่างนี้เราจุลจิตครับจุลจิต
ครับ
ไหนจุลจิตไหน
นี่ครับอาจารย์
ไหนจุลจิต macro parameter ครับ represent the traffic stream
flow ครับ
flow good easy one เนาะ flow okay flow is represented one of the macro parameter it's good a lot of vehicle can pass to one certain point 2,000 vehicle per hour it's good compared to the can pass only 500 vehicles per hour this is good flow traffic flow is quite smooth something like this okay and ชัยกิจครับชัยกิจได้คะแนนไปแล้วชัยกิจได้คะแนนแค่ตัวใหม่ธนพรครับธนพรครับธนพรไหนธนพรอยู่ไหมไปแล้วเหรอ
ชื่อสะกดยังไงอะครับ
ใช่คุณนั่นแหละนะ
ผมครับ
ธนพลนะพลป่ะธนพลป่ะโอเคธนพลได้คะแนนหน่อยแมคโครพารามิเตอร์ครับ
ไม่สปีดครับ
วัดเอลสปีดใช่ตัวที่หนึ่งอีกตัวหนึ่งคืออะไรครับ
flow density ครับ
แค่นี้เหรอมี3ตัวใช่ไหม
มีอีก
เอสเวใช่
อะไรนะครับ
เอสเวใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับเฮดเวย์ใช่ครับ
spacing ครับ headway กับ spacing เนี่ยเป็น micro parameter นะครับเป็นพารามิเตอร์
เมื่อกี้ผมตอบใช่ครับ
ก็บอกไม่ใช่ไงก็ตอบไม่ใช่
อาจารย์ถามไมโครพารามิเตอร์
ไมโครโอ้ย3ตัวแรกถูกแล้วให้ไม่ได้ไม่ให้คะแนนหรอกให้นะมันผิด
ขอบคุณครับ
3ตัวแรกเรียกว่า macro parameter we call the first three speed flow and density okay related to traffic stream you understand what traffic stream is related to a lot of vehicles on the road that's why we call stream กระแสจราจรเนี่ยมันต้อง related to many vehicles okay speed flow and density these three parameters we call the macro parameter okay but another two micro parameters we call only two that's the first one is headway the second one is spacing related only to vehicle วิธีก็คือ leading vehicle and following vehicles มีรถแค่2คันครับคันหน้าคันหลังแค่นั้นเองมีตัวแปร2ตัวครับคือ headway กับ spacing ไม่ใช่กระแสจราจรครับ สนใจรถแค่2 คันแต่ไอไมโครพารามิเตอร์เนี่ยมันสัมพันธ์มันแค่บอกว่าสัมพันธ์ is related to the macro one ต่อมาวาอะไรเนี่ยวลิศลาครับวลิศลาไม่ได้คะแนนวลิศลา if you know the H wave is a micro parameter what is also represent macro parameter what parameter if we know the H wave
flow ไหมคะ
H wave ใช่ครับaverage H wave 1 divided by average H wave equal to flow ครับได้ไปนะอะไรเนี่ยฮารุนะอยู่ไหมฮารุนะ
Yes.
Yeah. If we know the spacing, okay, it's micro parameter. How can we predict the macro parameter? If we know spacing, what information do we get?
Density.
Yeah, it must be density. Okay, thank you. Got the point. Okay, this is the proof. Okay, the proof. Flow Q equal number of vehicles divided by time. Okay. What? Okay, this is just telling you what is the traffic flow. Okay. If we advanced time here. Time is mean what? Time. The time is 1 hour. Like this one, this can be summary of H wave. Okay? H wave 1. If we have the car here, we have many cars here, right? This is what we call H wave 1. From here to here is also H wave 2. From this one to this one to H wave 3. And we keep combine them together. It means summary of H wave I. Okay? Is equal time. 1 hour. If you combine all of H wave along the traffic stream, it's equal to time, like 1 hour. Okay, you may maybe have the 100 H wave, something like that. So Q equal to number of vehicles divided by summary of H wave. Q equal to 1 divided by summary of H wave divided by N. This is also 1 divided by H wave bar. This is the proof of flow equal 1 divided by H wave bar. As we can see this one, flow, speed, and density often measure, of course, R. Okay. Flow, they say is okay, unit of R. What is here? Okay. This is the proof. Okay. Like I mentioned, time equal to summary of H wave. Q equal 1 divided by H wave. Okay. This is average summary of H wave. Moved N divided by N. It means Q equal 1 divided by average H wave. Speed. Okay. The average speed. This is we're considering the speed to be 2 types of speed. The first one is what we call time mean speed. ความเร็วเฉลี่ยอิงเวลานะครับ time mean speed อิงเวลาเนี่ย is just straightforward. Okay. If you stand here and the first vehicle that is past you just check the average speed. The second one pass until whatever 100 vehicle pass. You average the speed, all of them together. You know, the first vehicle and the last vehicle, the time may be different, 30 minutes, something like that. We call this one timing speed. สังเกตว่า timing speed เนี่ยจะสัมพันธ์กับเวลานิดหนึ่งก็คือเอาคันแรกมากับคันสุดท้ายเนี่ยมีกี่คันก็ไม่รู้แหละเอาความเร็วทุกคันมาเฉลี่ยกันเนี่ยนะครับอันนี้เรียกอิงเวลาเวลาคันแรกสุดท้ายนี่อาจจะผ่านกันมันไม่ใช่ความเร็วเฉลี่ยณขณะนั้นนะเป็นความเร็วที่มีเวลาเข้ามาเกี่ยวข้องนะมันเลยเรียก timing speed ขออนุญาตขยายความเป็นภาษาไทยนิดหนึ่งเนี่ยเดี๋ยวจะไม่เข้าใจ The second one มี timing speed เนาะอีกอันนึงนั่นจะเรียกว่าอีกอันนึงว่าความเร็วเฉลี่ย space mean speed นะครับ ความเร็วเฉลี่ยอิงระยะทางนะครับ use s space mean speed ความเร็วเฉลี่ยอิงระยะทางสมมติว่าคุณมีถนนขึ้นไปบนตึกนะบนตึก2 กล้องลงมาเนี่ยมีระยะทางสัก300 เมตรอย่างนี้นะครับคุณเห็นรถอยู่10 คันคุณสามารถรู้ความเร็วทั้ง10 คันเนี่ยเอาความเร็วมาเฉลี่ยกันณขณะนั้นเลยนะณโมเมนต์นั้นเลยนะโดยอ้างอิงที่ระยะทางหนึ่งเนี่ยความเร็วเฉลี่ยนั้นเนี่ยเรียกว่า space mean speed นะครับเป็นความเร็วเฉลี่ยอิงระยะทางเป็นความเร็วเฉลี่ยณขณะนั้นไม่เหมือนกับ time mean speed นะครับ it's different from time mean speed time mean speed เนี่ยจะต้องอะไรนะมีเวลาเข้ามาเกี่ยวข้องนะมันจะไม่ใช่ลักษณะนั้นนะครับมันเอาการเฉลี่ยของเวลาเนี่ยมาเกี่ยวข้องด้วยนะเรียกว่า time mean speed ในขณะที่ space mean speed เนี่ยเป็นณขณะนั้นแต่เกี่ยวข้องกับช่วงระยะทางจึงเรียกเป็น space mean speed นี่ก็ที่สุดนะที่สุดhere we call here space mean speed okay US the equation how to find the space mean speed here okay if you know this is speed of each vehicle this is some kind of harmonic speed same as a average as a harmonic let's look at this example their speed of 5 vehicles were measured share this one. Okay, let me share this one. Okay, can you see this one? The speed, okay, can you see this? The speed of 5 vehicles were measured with radar gun at the midpoint of the 0.8 kilometer section of the roadway. The speed of the vehicles 1 and 2 5 were 70.8, 67.6 respectively. Assume all vehicles traveling the constant speed over the roadway. Calculate the time mean speed. Time mean speed and space mean speed. Okay? Time mean speed is straightforward. Okay, UT equal. You combine them together and divide it by number of vehicles. Compared to the space mean speed, we have the equation for space mean speed right here. You know the speed of each vehicle. We use this equation, this formula to find the average speed. What we call some formation of harmonic speed. อันนี้เป็นค่าเฉลี่ยชนิดหนึ่งเขาเรียกว่าค่าเฉลี่ย harmonic นะครับ If you want to find the space mean speed, we use the harmonic average speed, average harmonic, okay, to find this one. So the same thing, you will get this number. Actually, it's quite close to each other, 74.66, and what this one, 24.29. Time mean speed and space mean speed. Okay, this is traffic density. How to solve this one? Density equal to 1 divided by average spacing. Okay. This is, I make a conclusion here. The head rate and spacing are referred as a microscopic measurement parameter, while speed, flow, and density of these 3 parameters represent macroscopic measurement.
ใช่แต่หนูคิดว่าไม่เข้าเวรไงเพราะว่าแบบ
There's another important equation. Q, flow equal to speed multiplied by density. Q equal to UK. Okay. Flow เนี่ยเท่ากับอังกฤษและ UK และ Q equal UK. If you use the unit to multiply each other, you know it will be equal to vehicles per hour. Q equal UK. Okay. For example, vehicles, time, headway, and spacing were measured at a point along the highway from the single lanes over the course of hours. The average values were calculated 2.5 seconds per vehicle for headway. This is the average headway, okay? And also the average spacing is 61 meters for each vehicle. Calculate the average speed of the traffic. Q equal UK, right? They ask the U, the average speed. U equal what? Q equal UK. U equal to Q divided by K, right? If you need to find Q's and we need to find K. The question didn't give you the directly Q's, didn't give you the flow or density, but they give you the headway and spacing. We can convert from both of them. Firstly, we try to find the flow first. Flow equal to 1 divided by average headway. So 1 divided by 2.5 seconds per vehicle. Flow equal to 0.4 vehicle per second. We converted it within 1 hour. It means 1,440 vehicle per hour flow. Same as density. Density also equal to 1 divided by average spacing. So you will know that 0.0169 vehicles per meter. We convert them to be 1 kilometer. It can be 16.4 vehicles per hour. That's what we call density. The question asks you about the average speed. So it means flow divided by K. So you know the average speed. This is 87.8. Okay. You also can use this equation to find the U as well, but no need. Actually, it's no need. Another example. The data obtained from the aerial photos show 8 vehicles on 244 meter section of road. Traffic data collected at the same time and indicated average time headway equal to t seconds. They ask you to find density, ask you to find the flow and speed mean speed. The same fashion of the previous question. Here, find out the density first. Okay, density equal to, you know, the 8 vehicles over the length of 244 meters. So you will know that how many vehicles per meter and convert them to be kilometer. You will get 32.78 vehicles per kilometer. And then flow, same thing. Okay. Flow 1 divided by average headway time. So it's equal to 1,400 vehicles per hour. From the equation, Q equal UK. So U equal to 36.6 kilometers per hour. Okay. This is simple, just basic parameter. The next one is coding. This is what I'm going to ask you to do the homework and solve and prove the equation by yourself. Just repeat and ask you next time to prove this equation, but you need to be able to explain why the graph is look like this, okay? This is very important. It is essential to understand the interact between individuals' macro measure, speed, flow, and density, okay? Macro measure is there are 3 parameters, that's speed, flow, and density, in order to fully analyze operational performance of the traffic stream. Let's see the first one. Of course, the relationships between speed and density is maybe not the linear relationship like this one, but this is green shield make we easily understand the relationship among these parameters. Okay, the actual one is maybe slightly like this, but the trend is like this. When we increase density, the speed drop down. Okay, the speed drop down. From Green-Shill's equation, there's supposed to be the linear relationship between speed and density. Let me switch to this one so I can explain you a little bit. Okay. Okay, the first one, everyone should be able to explain the relationship of this among these parameters. Okay, let's see. Let's start explaining the graph from the x-axis. The x is density. The y-axis is our speed. Okay. The first, if no vehicle, the first vehicle come into the network, okay, he can drive as fast as he can, with density close to zero. He can choose the speed he wants, but please under the speed limit, okay? This one is a constant value. We call this one UF. UF stands for the free fall speed. Free fall speed. If you still not that one, you still adding the vehicles per kilometer, the speed will drop down, okay? You still not stop. You're adding more vehicles, like 10 vehicles per kilometer, 20, 30, 40, 80, let's say 80 kilometers per kilometer. The speed, average speed of the traffic stream will slow down already, getting slower. You still not stop, okay? Oh, are adding more, 100 vehicles per kilometer, 120 vehicles per kilometer. The more you add the vehicles per kilometer, the slower top average speed will be, okay? You're adding more density, like 140, or up until certain point. This is what we call jam density, KJ, or we call jam density, okay? Jam density. In Thai, we call ความหนาติดขัด. You can see this jam density in around signal line intersection or in front of toll plaza. The traffic gets stuck for 2 or 3 kilometers, okay? And we count 1 kilometer. This is like toll plaza or traffic light. It's really bad. A lot of traffic just gets stuck on the road, cannot move. I just want to know 1 kilometer. This is what we call the jam density condition, okay? How many vehicles, the maximum, how many cars, okay? Within 1 kilometer. Anyone can give the idea? Who give close the number of idea, give the point. For those who not get the point yet. Those who not get the point is one Sukrit, not get Phanupong, or Vacharapong, Miss Thanyachon, Pitchat, give me the number. What is the jam density? This is constant number, okay? How many vehicles per kilometer? That's considering as a jam density.มีใครจะตอบไหมครับคนที่ยังไม่ได้คะแนน1 กิโลเนี่ย
ประมาณ180ถึง250ป่ะครับ
โอ้สุกฤตตอบกันเลยนะมีคนอื่นไหมสุกฤตใครจะตอบตามสุกฤต want to answer like สุกฤต maybe he not get the mark สุกฤตไม่ได้คะแนนนะ someone else no น่าเดาได้นะ guess number no right no wrong how long for the one vehicle what is the size of one vehicle anyone give me the idea Honda Accord Honda Jazz or Civic ยาวเท่าไหร่
ประมาณ
4 เมตร
4 ครึ่ง
4.5 meter is good number 4.5 how about Accord Accord a little bit bigger 4.5 meter let's say one equals 5 meter is that acceptable number yeah the range of course some vehicle shorter than this one if you stop the car behind other vehicles how far you can leave the space between each vehicle
1.5 เมตรครับ
1.5 meter oh very sharp someone want to find only 0.5 50 centimeter นะพรพจน์จอดห่างข้างหน้าเท่าไหร่ครับเวลาติดไฟแดงเนี่ย
ครับพบผมครับอันนี้ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันครับ
ผมจอดข้างหน้าไม่รู้ปรมาพรแล้วกันยังไม่ได้คะแนนเลยปรมาพร
2ป่ะคะ2 ถึง 3
2 is good number 2 meter 2 meter is good number if you go out anytime okay you stop the car close to the or you stand by next to the intersection you just notice that the spacing between each vehicle how far they live okay let's say so I said 2 meter like the Paramapon said plus 5 it means one vehicle requires 7 meter right if we have 1,000 meter how many vehicles divide by 7 Paramapon how many vehicles if 1,000 divide by 7
แป๊บนึงนะคะ
quickly I have 11 minutes left
อาจารย์ถามว่า 1,000 ต่อ 7เหรอคะ142ค่ะ
140 vehicles per kilometer okay this is supposed to be jam density this is supposed to be jam density I said jam density is supposed to be between 140 to 160 vehicles per kilometer is that acceptable number maybe the vehicle shorter maybe we park the car shorter than 2 meter but is that possible jam density equal to 200 vehicles per kilometer is that possible can you guess 200ยังไหวไหมเนี่ย200เนี่ย1 กิโลนึงมี200คันนี่ไหวไหมคุณคิดว่าไหวไหมครับเมื่อกี้นี่สมมติฐานคือรถยาว5 เมตรใช่ไหมแล้วก็เว้นช่องไว้2 เมตรใช่ไหมครับก็คือ7 เมตรตอนเนี้ยได้มาประมาณ142แต่ถ้าอาจารย์ถามว่าเฮ้ยอยู่สักประมาณ160เนี่ยก็น่าจะพอไหวแต่200เนี่ยไม่น่าจะเป็นไปได้นะครับไม่น่าจะเป็นไปได้ในประเทศไทยนะงั้นคุณรู้ว่าjam densityแล้วนะครับ แป๊บนึงนะครับ Okay, let's go back to this one.ใครไม่ได้คะแนนครับเดี๋ยวนั้นแจกคะแนนก่อนธัญชนครับธัญชน
ค่ะ
Can you give what is that UF
อะไรนะ
What is stand for UF and KJ what
free flow speed ค่ะ
Okay, this is free flow speed. And how about KJ? What does it stand for?
density ค่ะ
KJ นะ not K. K is of course density. This is U. This is speed K. But K jam. Oh, this is K jam. K jam. KJ or K jam. What does it stand for? Hmm?
ต้นรถติด
jam อะไรให้คะแนนเข้าไปแล้วกันนะท่านจะชวน this is what we call jam density okay jam density นะครับสองตัวนี้เป็นค่าคงที่นะครับ is constant number okay it's not the parameter like k this is a parameter k and u let's suppose this one นะครับ to be as a linear equation so y equal to a plus bx from this one y equal to u a what does mean a in linear equation a representative y intercept okay it means u free flow b what is representative of b b is mean the slope of the graph the slope is mean u free flow divided by k jam okay because this is constant we minus this one because the shape of graph is look like this way okay and x equal k this is parameter it is an independent parameter this is u is dependent parameter oh, we have 6 minutes left okay so we want to know the relationship between u equal to what u free flow 1 minus k divided by k jam okay this is the first equation the relationship between u and k next time you should be able to solve this equation how can we get this equation it comes from this graph the second graph before we finish this is the second important graph is the flow and density. The x-axis still be density, but the y-axis change from speed to be flow. The same fashion, we start explain the graph from x-axis. We keep adding density. The first vehicle comes is very small, almost zero flow. We keep adding density. This means we get more flow. Look like 10 vehicles per kilometer, 20, 30, up until 80 vehicles per kilometer. If some certain point we get the maximum flow. This is maximum flow. Maximum flow we use this one Q capacity. CAP stands for capacity, or we call Qmax. Also, we also say that this is the spatial capacity. It's K capacity, okay? It's density that makes the maximum flow. Let me say that it's 80 vehicles per kilometer can make the maximum flow. If you still not stop, you're adding more vehicles per kilometer, like 100 vehicles per kilometer, what's going to happen? See the picture. What? It's getting slower. Traffic stream is getting slower. When it's getting slower, it gets less flow. Okay, flow is getting dropped down. Still not finished. Adding more density. Getting vehicle average speed of the traffic stream getting slower. This means that less flow passing to the point, certain point. Less number of vehicles can go pass to the certain point. Still not finished. You go up to jam density. You're adding 100 vehicle or 160 vehicle per kilometer. What's gonna happen? The average speed equal to 0. This means no flow. No flow, what does it mean? It doesn't mean no vehicle on the road. It's a lot of vehicles, but the vehicle gets stuck on the road, cannot move. Okay? Let me explain in Thai. ถ้าความหนาแน่นติดขัดเนี่ยไม่ได้บอกว่าไม่มีรถในกระแสจราจรนะมันเต็มไปหมดแต่มันไม่เคลื่อนที่พอมันไม่เคลื่อนที่คุณนับโฟลว์ได้ไหมโฟลว์คือจำนวนคันต่อชั่วโมงใช่ไหมครับก็แล้วมันจอดนิ่งๆอยู่ชั่วโมงนึงไม่มีรถผ่านหน้าเลยมันจอดอยู่กับที่นะครับแต่ไม่ใช่ไม่มีรถนะรถเต็มถนนเลยนะมันจอดอยู่กับที่เลย but it's stuck there มันไม่ผ่านจุดใดจุดหนึ่งไงก็ไม่นับว่าเป็นโฟลว์ก็ไม่มีโฟลว์ก็เลยเป็นศูนย์นะครับงั้นในกราฟ therefore the graph is going to be this shape as you can see here. Okay, the relationship between flow and density is going to be like this parabola curve. And also we have the two important things or three. First is Kjm, and this is Qmax, maximum flow, Qmax. And also we have the K capacity. Okay. So we know this one, Q equal UK, right? From previous equation, we get the U equal U free flow multiplied by 1 minus K divided by Kjm. This is constant number. This is constant number. Okay. So Q equal what? U free flow. We move K inside. K minus K squared divided by Kjm. We get the second equation, relationship between flow and density. Of course, we want to know the maximum flow, right? The maximum flow is a slope equal to 0. We make a differentiation, the first differentiation of Q. Q divided by K, okay? Equal to this one. Make it equal to 0. At the maximum flow, is K, this one is changed to be K capacity, okay? K capacity. This equation equal to 0. Of course, U free flow is not equal to 0. What is going to equal to 0? It means that 1 minus 2K capacity divided by Kjm equal to 0. So from this one, we will know that K capacity equal to Kjm divided by 2. Okay. And from this one, you also will get that U capacity equal to U free flow divided by 2. So if you want to know the maximum for Qmax equal to UK, right? It means U capacity multiplied by K capacity. You will get equal to U free flow multiplied by Kjm divided by 4. Qmax. Maximum flow is equal to U free flow multiplied by Kjm divided by 4. This is equation. I will finish here and let you do it by yourself. The last one. This is the most important one. Okay. I will talk about this one another 30 minutes, and we will get to the level of service, and we're going to start design vertical curve next week. Okay. Okay. On your sheet, you get this one and this one. Try to understand this graph by yourself. The same thing, start from x-axis and all key graphs combined together. This is our conclusion. of them. Please go back and understand this graph. Today we're going to have a homework of the how to plot the speed, right? Cumulative speed, and try to answer all those questions. I gave the file on the folder already, assignment. But when you're going to submit, I will post for you to submit on the where? Maybe Microsoft Teams. Submit the homework number 2 about the speed. Okay,ไหมครับ Next week we're gonna finish this one. Okay. Any question, please? For those who not yet answer the question, I will ask just a few questions. So far, any question, please?สัญญพงษ์อยู่ไหมครับสัญญพงษ์อยู่ไหม
อยู่ครับ
มิสเตอร์วัชรพลหรือเปล่าวัชรพลอะไรวะวัชรพล
ครับ
วัชรพลอ๋อยังไม่ได้คะแนนเลยวัชรพลไหนแจมเดนซิตี้นี่มีค่าเท่าไหร่นะครับวัชรพลครับแจมเดนซิตี้โดยทั่วไปตัวย่อว่าอะไรนะแจมเดนซิตี้เนี่ย
KJ ครับ
มีค่าประมาณเท่าไหร่ครับ KJ
140 ถึง 160
โอเคครับปิดครับขอบคุณครับในเราสุปิดครับสุปิดครับสุปิดอยู่ไหมปิดหลักหรือเปล่าว่าสุปิดหลักไว้ปิดนะวัน
เข้าผม
เนี่ยเราแบ่งนอนไปนะความสัมพันธ์ระหว่างสปีดกับเดนซิตี้เนี่ยกราฟมันเป็นแบบไหนนะทีเนี่ย
สปีดกับ density เป็นแบบเขาเรียกว่าอะไรครับพาราโบลาหัวค่ำ
ใช่ไหมนะโอเคเนาะงั้นวันนี้ก็เป็นบ้านข้อเดียวนั้นนะครับเป็นบ้านข้อหนึ่งนะเป็นบ้านข้อหนึ่งก็คือกลับไปทำในตัวอย่างนะครับเดี๋ยวอาจารย์จะเอาเฉลยให้อาทิตย์หน้านะครับก็วันนี้เรื่องท็อปิกอะไรนะครับ
ผมการบ้านส่งวันไหนครับผม
ก็ส่งก่อนเรียนไงโอเคไหมส่งก่อนเรียนข้างหน้าเดี๋ยวอาจารย์จะตั้งเวลาไว้นะครับส่งหลังเรียนส่งหลังส่งเนี่ยไม่นับเลยนะสูงแล้วนะอาทิตย์หนึ่งข้อเดียวเองนะฮะแล้วก็ไอ้ข้อเขียน cross section นะครับอาจารย์ไปดูแล้วแถวตรงหน้ามหาลัยคุณมันมีคอนกรีตเบลเลอร์ด้วยเนี่ยเนาะวาดมาไม่มีใครใส่คอนกรีตเบลเลอร์เลยนะตรงเกาะกลางนึกออกไหมฮะมันต้องใส่ให้ครบหมดนะใส่ให้ครบหมดคอนกรีตเบลเลอร์ก็ต้องใส่ด้วยไม่ใช่ว่าไม่มีคอนกรีตเบลเลอร์ก็ยังก็ไปดูใน Google Street View มันมีคอนกรีตเบลเลอร์นะตรงเกาะกลางด้านหนึ่งนะก็ลองวาดให้ครบด้วยนะครับแต่เดี๋ยวอาจารย์ก็ให้คะแนนอีกทีนึงนะก็ดูตั้งใจวาดจะมาหลายคนนะครับคนไม่ตั้งใจก็ตามสภาพนะโอเคไหมวันนี้นะครับก็มีเรียนเบสิกไปหลายเรื่องนะครับเรื่องพารามิเตอร์ต่างๆกราฟิกเนาะแล้วก็เรียนเรื่องข้อมูลสปีดไปนะครับมีคำถามอะไรไหมครับถ้าไม่มีเดี๋ยวเจอกันใหม่อาทิตย์หน้านะครับใครจะมีคำถามอะไรก็อยู่ถามได้นะหลังจากนี้อาจารย์จะอยู่สักแป๊บหนึ่งครับขอบคุณมากครับ see you next week okay thank you for all attention
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับอาจารย์สวัสดีครับ
อาจารย์คะรู้ยังคะว่ามิดเทอมสอบวันไหนคะอาจารย์
ยังไม่รู้เลย
ยังไม่รู้ค่ะ
ประมาณสัปดาห์ที่ 7ครับตอนนี้ประมาณ4 สัปดาห์
ประมาณวันที่เท่าไหร่นะคะ
อันนี้อาจารย์สอนวีคที่4ไงประมาณอาจารย์ต้องสอน7 วีคก่อนนะ
โอเคค่ะ
ฮัลโหลครับอาจารย์ครับ
ค ครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับอาจารย์ผมเพิ่งทำเรื่องย้ายภาคมาครับ
อ๋อ
เรียนย้ายข้ามภาคครับ
ชื่อคุณใช่ไหม
แต่ตอนนี้มันยังไม่มีชื่อผมอะครับ
อ๋อ
คือเขาทางคณะกำลังทำเรื่องอะครับ แต่ยังไม่มีรายชื่อ
อีเมลเข้ามาอาจารย์แล้วชื่อเดี๋ยวนะคุณชื่ออะไรนะ
ชื่อศิวพรครับ
ใช่ได้รับอีเมลแล้วเดี๋ยวนะอีเมลศิวพรมาจากศิวพรกิจเจ
ใช่ค
ต
รับ
นี
กิจเจตนีครับ
ได้ครับเดี๋ยวอาจารย์เพิ่มชื่อเข้าไปให้เดี๋ยวคะแนนเก็บก็ไล่ตามเก็บเพื่อนนะไม่เป็นไรหรอกเดี๋ยวอาจารย์เพิ่มให้
ได้ครับขอบคุณมากครับ
ครับสวัสดีครับครับ
สวัสดีครับ